Initial contact, you have information Oscar. Shanghai Pudong International Airport, information Oscar. 0900 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 17 left, 16 right, 16 left, 17 right. Wind 160 at 12. Cav OK. Temperature 34, dew point 26. QNH 1003. Transition level 120. Advise on initial contact, you have information Oscar. Shanghai Pudong International Airport, information Oscar. 0900 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 17 left, 16 right, 16 left, 17 right. Wind 160 at 12. Cav OK. Temperature 34, dew point 26. QNH 1003. Transition level 120. Advise on initial contact, you have information Oscar. Shanghai Pudong International Airport, information Oscar. 0900 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 17 left, 16 right, 16 left, 17 right. Wind 160 at 12. Cav OK. Temperature 34, dew point 26. QNH 1003. Transition level 12.
Boarding requested.
China Eastern 281, information Oscar, request IFR clearance to Tân Sơn Nhất.
China Eastern 281, clear to Tan Son Nhat via the next departure, then as filed. Runway 17 left. Initial climb 1,200 meters. Departure on 119.075. Squawk 6456.
Clear to Tân Sơn Nhất via next one departure, then as filed. Runway 17 left. Initial climb to 1,200 meters. Departure on 119.075. Squawk 6456. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, read back correct. Contact ground on 121.625.
121.625, China Eastern 281. Good day.
Passengers boarding started.
Ta lại cùng nắm tay, ngoài kia thế giới đang chào đón.
China Southern 5288 boarding complete. Request pushback.
China Southern 5288, push and start approved.
Roger, pushback approved. China Southern 5288. Delta 280 ready to taxi.
Delta 280, runway 17 left, taxi via Lima 02, Papa 2, Alpha, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left, taxi via Lima 02, Papa 2, Alpha, Bravo 8, Delta 280.
Cả thế giới như gần hơn.
China Eastern 5029 ready for push and start.
China Eastern 5029er, push and start at your discretion.
Pushback approved. China Eastern 5029er.
China Eastern 5051 ready for push and start.
China Eastern 5051, pushback approved.
Roger, pushback approved. China Eastern 5051.
China Southern 6266 ready for push and start.
China Southern 6266, push and start approved.
Pushback approved. China Southern 6266.
China Eastern 6457, push and start at your discretion.
Roger, pushback approved. China Eastern 6457. Hainan 7844 ready for push and start.
Hainan 7844, push and start at your discretion.
Roger, pushback approved. Hainan 7844. China Eastern 5051 ready to taxi.
China Eastern 5051, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 19er, Victor 3, Tango 2, Papa 1, Alpha, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 19er, Victor 3, Tango 2, Papa 1, Alpha, Bravo 8, China Eastern 5051. China Eastern 9er ready to taxi.
China Eastern 9er runway 17 left taxi via Lima 05, Papa 6, Bravo, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 05, Papa 6, Bravo, Bravo 8, China Eastern 9er 1.
Cathay 369er ready to taxi.
Cathay 369er, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 02, Whiskey 1, Tango 4, Alpha, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 02, Whiskey 1, Tango 4, Alpha, Bravo 8, Cathay 369er. China Southern 5288 ready to taxi.
China Southern 5288, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 25, Alpha, Whiskey 2, Tango 4, Alpha, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 25, Alpha, Whiskey 2, Tango 4, Alpha, Bravo 8, China Southern 5288. China Eastern 5029er ready to taxi.
China Eastern 5029er, runway 17 left, taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5 Bravo, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5 Bravo, Bravo 8. China Eastern 5029er. China Southern 6266 ready to taxi.
China Southern 6266, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 04, Papa 6, Bravo Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 04, Papa 6, Bravo, Bravo 8, China Southern 6266.
Cathay 369er, give way to the Delta A350.
Give way to the Delta A350, Cathay 369er.
Hainan 7844 ready to taxi.
Hainan 7844, runway 17 right taxi via Lima 02, Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 6, hold short of runway 17 left.
Runway 17 right taxi via Lima 02, Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 6, hold short of runway 17 left, Hainan 7844.
Shenzhen Air 9er 520, doors closed, ready for push and start.
Shenzhen Air 9er 520, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Roger, pushback approved. Shenzhen Air 9er 520.
China Eastern 281 ready for push and start.
Junyao Air 1655, doors closed, ready for push and start.
China Eastern 281, Pudong ground, push and start approved, face south. Junyao Air 1655, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Roger, pushback approved. Junyao Air 1655.
China Eastern 9er, 1 contact tower on 118.4.
To tower, China Eastern 9er 1.
Zero 588 contact tower on 118.4.
Going to tower 0588, thanks.
Junyao Air 22901, doors closed, ready for push and start.
Junyao Air 22901, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Roger, pushback approved. Junyao Air 22901.
Shenzhen Air 9er 520, ready to taxi.
Shenzhen Air 9er 520, runway 16 right taxi via Lima 12, Lima 10, Echo 6, Foxtrot, Romeo 6.
Runway 16 right taxi via Lima 12, Lima 10, Echo 6, Foxtrot, Romeo 6, Shenzhen Air 9er 520.
We are ready for pushback.
Push and start through face south. China Eastern 281.
China Southern 6266, contact tower on 118.4.
Departure checks completed.
Over to
Bypass
tower,
gate
China
started.
Southern 6266. Junyao Air 1655, ready to taxi.
Junyao Air 1655, runway 16 right taxi via Lima 08, Echo 5, Foxtrot, Romeo 6.
Locking gear.
Runway 16 right taxi via Lima 08, Echo 5, Foxtrot, Romeo 6, Junyao Air 1655.
Junyao Air 22901, ready to taxi.
Junyao Air 22901, runway 16 right taxi via Lima 25, Whiskey 5, Tango 3, Foxtrot, Romeo 6.
Runway 16 right taxi via Lima 25, Whiskey 5, Tango 3, Foxtrot, Romeo 6, Junyao Air 22901.
China Eastern 6457, give way to the Hainan 737 on your left.
Release parking brakes.
Giving way to the Hainan 737, China Eastern
Commence
6457.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Junyao Air 1655, contact tower on 124.35.
Tower, Junyao Air 1655.
Ladies and gentlemen, and dear children, your safety and comfort are top priority, so before departure.
Delta 280, contact tower on 118.4.
to tower, Delta 280.
Khách vui lòng cài sẵn dây an toàn khi đèn hiệu cài dây an toàn được bật sáng và trong suốt thời gian bay. Dây an toàn của
Ground, Juliao Air 2076, taxi to the gate.
Juliao Air 2076, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 1, Romeo 3, Lima 24, Lima 22, Lima.
Whenever seatbelt sign is on, we can't ask you to fasten your
Foxtrot 1, Romeo 3, Lima 24, Lima 22, Lima, Juliao Air 2076.
To the other, and tighten by pulling the strap. To unfasten your seatbelt, lift the flap and pull the
3054, ready to taxi.
3054, runway 17 right taxi via Lima 15, Delta, Lima 15, Quebec 2, Charlie, Quebec 6.
Runway 17 right taxi via Lima 15, Delta, Lima 15, Quebec 2, Charlie, Quebec 6, 3054. Ground, China Southern 35903, taxi to the ramp.
China Southern 3593, taxi to parking via Delta 2, Delta, Papa 3, hold short of runway 35 right.
Confirmation for a good engine start.
Delta 2, Delta Papa 3, hold short of runway 35 right, China Southern 35903.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Cathay 369, contact tower on 118.4.
Switching to tower, Cathay 369er.
Oxygen masks are also available in militaries and should be used in the same manner.
China Southern 5288, contact tower on 118.4.
Switching to tower, China Southern 5288.
Shenzhen Airliner 520, give way to the Juliao Air 787 ahead.
Give way to the Juliao Air 787, Shenzhen Airliner 520.
Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Shenzhen Airliner 520, contact tower on 124.35.
Tower, Shenzhen Airliner 520.
Place over your head, adjust the straps around your waist, fasten in front and to that side.
China Eastern 5689, contact tower on 118.4.
118.4 for tower, China Eastern 5689er.
Life is battery must be moved down. Your life is limit with the whistle to attract attention. It is again slow to note in the life vest from the aircraft.
Juliao Air 1353 boarding complete. Request pushback.
Juliao Air 1353, push approved. Expect taxi shortly.
Pushback approved. Juliao Air 1353.
There are 8 exits on the aircraft. 2 doors at the front of the cabin, 4 doors over the wing, and 2 doors at the rear of the cabin. The crew is now showing the exit. Please take a moment to locate your nearest exit. It may be front or you're behind you.
Ground, Air China 4509er, taxi to the ramp.
All doors and all wing exits are
Air China 4509er, taxi to parking via Delta 2, Papa 2, hold short of runway 35 right.
Delta 2, Papa 2, hold short of runway 35 right, Air China 4509er.
China Eastern 281, ready to taxi to runway 17 left.
exits are clearly marked with an exit sign. In case of an emergency, with smoke or the blackness to a person with exit markings or emergency spotlight, please to the exit.
China Eastern 281, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5, Bravo 8.
Taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5, Bravo 8, China Eastern 281.
Gặp bạn an toàn, hạ tay ghế và mở tầm trên cửa sổ. Cảm ơn sự chú ý của quý khách và chúc quý khách một chuyến bay vui vẻ.
Cargo King 228, taxi to parking via Golf 2, Golf, Romeo 3, hold short of runway 34 left.
Hold short of runway 34 left, Cargo King 228.
China Eastern 9011 boarding complete, request pushback.
China Eastern 9011, push approved, expect taxi shortly.
Pushback approved, China Eastern 9011. Ground Spring 8848, taxi to the gate.
Spring 8848, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 1, Romeo 3, Lima 24, Lima 22, Lima 02.
Foxtrot 1, Romeo 3, Lima 24, Lima 22, Lima 02, Spring 8848. Juneo Air 2175, boarding complete, request pushback.
Juneo Air 2175, push approved, expect taxi shortly.
Pushback approved, Juneo Air 2175. Juneo Air 1353, ready to taxi.
Juneo Air 1353, runway 17 right taxi via Lima 20, Victor 6, Tango 2, Papa 1, Alpha, Papa 6, hold short of runway 17 left.
Runway 17 right taxi via Lima 20, Victor 6, Tango 2, Papa 1, Alpha, Papa 6. Hold short of runway 17 left, Juneo Air 1353.
Juneo Air 22901, contact tower on 124.35.
To tower, Juneo Air 22901. Ground Air France 116, taxi to the gate.
Air France 116, taxi to parking via Golf 2, Golf, Romeo 3, hold short of runway 34 left.
Golf 2, Golf, Romeo 3, hold short of runway 34 left, Air France 116.
.3054 contact tower on 118.4.
To tower 3054. China Eastern 9011, ready to taxi.
China Eastern 9011, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 03, Bravo 3, Alpha, Bravo 8, China Eastern 281. Contact tower on 118.4. Have a good evening.
Tower on 118.4, China Eastern 281. Good evening, Tower, China Eastern 281, ready for departure, runway 17 left.
Tower, Juneo Air 22901, short 16 right, ready.
China Eastern 281, Pudong Tower, runway 17 left, wind 170 at 12, cleared for takeoff.
Winds copy, clear for takeoff, runway 17 left, China Eastern 281.
Approaching runway 17 left.
Juneo Air 22901, winds 170 at 12, runway 16 right, cleared for takeoff.
Rolling 16 right, Juneo Air 22901.
Cargo King 228, hold short of runway 34 left.
Hold short of 34 left, Cargo King 228.
Sichuan 8967, runway 16 right, winds 170 at 12, cleared to land.
17 left.
Cleared to land, 16 right, Sichuan 8967.
3,000 feet.
Check.
048, contact ground on 121.875.
Ground Julia Air 1048.
V1. Rotate.
Rotate.
V2.
Check.
Great.
Positive line, yep.
Approaching runway 17 left.
Cargo King 228, cross runway 34 left.
Traffic 34 left, Cargo King 228.
China Eastern 281, contact departure.
Contact departure, China Eastern 281, good day. Good evening, departure, China Eastern 281, with fuel bus 700 meters, climbing to 1200 meters.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai departure, radar contact, climb 3,000 meters.
Climbing to 3,000 meters, China Eastern 281.
Departure 3054 2000 for 4000.
3054, Shanghai control, radar contact, altitude restrictions cancelled, maintain VFR.
Flight level 150 3054.
Departure China Eastern 5051 2000 for 4000.
China Eastern 5051, Shanghai control, radar contact, climb and maintain 6,000.
6000 China Eastern 5051.
Tree 054 contact, Shanghai control on 126.175.
Switching to Shanghai control on 126.175 3054.
China Eastern 281, climb 5,400 meters.
Climbing to 5,400 meters, China Eastern 281.
Departure China Eastern 901, 600 meters for 1,200 meters.
China Eastern 9011, Shanghai Control, radar contact, climb and maintain 3,300 meters.
3,300 meters, China Eastern 90011. Departure Hainan 7844, 600 meters for 1,200 meters.
Hainan 7844, Shanghai Control, radar contact, climb and maintain 3,300 meters.
Climb 3,300 meters, Hainan 7844.
Air Shanghai 323, Shanghai Control, radar contact, climb and maintain 3,300 meters.
Out of 600 meters to 3,300 meters, Air China 8323.
China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai Control on 120.55.
Contacting Shanghai Control on 120.55, China Eastern 281.
GNN Control, Airspring 8892 checking in. Out of 5,100 meters for 3,300 meters.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening. Climbing through 4,800 meters for 5,400 meters.
China Eastern 281. Shanghai Control identified. 1 Chang'an, climb 7,800 meters.
Climbing 7,800 meters. China Eastern 281.
Airspring 8892, roger.
Airspring 8892, just confirming you have us.
Airspring 8892, 555.
China, Eastern 281, climb 9,800 meters.
Climbing to 9800 meters. China Eastern 281.
GNet Control, China Southern 5288 with you out of 6,000 meters for 6,000 meters.
China, Southern 5288, Jinan control identified. Cathay 369, descend to 3,900 meters.
3,900 meters, Cathay 369.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 8885, 4,500 meters.
China Southern 8885, Shanghai control identified. Cathay 369, say turbulent conditions.
Smooth ride at 5,100 meters, Cathay 369.
Shanghai Control, good evening, China Southern 6078, 7,000.
China Southern 6078, Shanghai control identified.
GNet Control, Vietnam 403, climbing 10,700 meters for 10,700 meters.
Vietnam 403 identified.
Shanghai Control, United Eagle 6667, flight level 110.
United Eagle 6667, Shanghai control identified. Continue. Shenzhen Air 632 identified.
Shanghai Control, United Eagle 6667, 6,000.
United Eagle 6667, Shanghai control identified. Good evening.
Up to 7,200 meters, China Southern 5288.
Radio check. Vietnam 403, you're loud and clear.
Shanghai Control, Air China 8323,
Air China 8323, Shanghai control identified.
out of 12,500 meters for 11,300 meters, China Eastern 9991.
GNet Control, Shenzhen Air 9520, checking in, 5,100 meters, climbing 6,000 meters.
Shenzhen Air 9520, roger.
Shanghai Control, good evening, Finnair 87, flight level 060.
Finnair 87, Shanghai control identified.
China Eastern 5029, climbing 4,800 meters for 6,000 meters.
China Eastern 5029 identified. Descend to 4,200 meters. Pilot's discretion.
Descending 4,200 meters, 280.
Air China 1535. Descend to 4,800 meters. Expect lower.
Wellington 270, Shenzhen Air 632. Cathay 369, 4,800 meters for 6,000 meters.
Cathay 369. Nhat control identified.
Climbing to 7,200 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Junyao 2291 out of 5,100 meters for 6,000 meters.
Climbing to 8,400 meters, China Southern 5288.
China Eastern 9991. Descend to 10,700 meters. Expect lower.
Down to 10,700 meters, China Eastern 9991.
Climbing to 7,200 meters, airspring 8931.
Junyao 2291. Maintain 290 knots.
3,900 meters, Air China 4237.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 2166, 1,500 meters.
China Eastern 2166. Shanghai control identified. Continue.
Climbing 6,280.
China Eastern 9991. Descend to 9,800 meters. Expect lower.
Out of 11,300 meters for 9,800 meters, China Eastern 9991.
Out of 6,300 meters for 7,200 meters, Junyao 2291.
Shenzhen Air 9520. Continue climb to 8,400 meters.
Climbing to 8,400 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Climb 9,800 meters, China Southern 5288. Leaving 10,400 meters for 10,700 meters, China Southern 5288. Climb 8,400 meters, airspring 8931. Descending to 3,000
5,900 meters, Shanghai Air 9544. Leaving 8,100 meters for 6,900 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520. Out of 10,400 meters for 9,200 meters, China Eastern 9991.
Shanghai Control, good evening. Yangtze River 7545, 3,900 meters.
Yangtze River 7545, Shanghai Control identified. Juneyao 2291, climb 8,400 meters.
Climbing 8,400 meters, Juneyao 2291.
Down to 6,000 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Shanghai Control, Air China 4237, 4,500 meters.
Air China 4237, Shanghai Control identified. Proceed on course.
Up to 7,200 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
China, Southern 5288, descend to 10,100 meters at your discretion.
Traffic.
Airspring 8931, descend to 7,500 meters. Pilot's discretion.
Descending to 7,500 meters, Airspring 8931.
Juneyao 2291, continue climb to 9,800 meters.
Climb 9,800 meters, Juneyao 2291.
Shenzhen Air 9520, climb 8,400 meters.
8,400 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520. China Eastern 542 with you 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 542, good evening.
Dear guests, the cabin crew will now begin the snack and beverage service. We invite you to enjoy some of our popular items from the menu, including our delicious chicken curry and refreshing fruit juices. After the service, selected items from the China Eastern Airlines shop will be available for you to browse. Thank you for flying with us.
(626), climb to 10,700 meters, report level.
Out of 10,400 meters for 10,700 meters, 626.
(626), traffic 12 o'clock, 8 miles, crossing right to left, traffic at 10,100 meters.
We have the traffic 626.
(626), continue climb to 11,900 meters. China Eastern 281. Contact Shanghai Control on 124.1.
Contacting Shanghai Control on 124.1. China Eastern 281.
Up to 11,900 meters, 626.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control identified. Good evening.
Shanghai Control, China, Southern 3917 with you, out of 10,700 meters for 9,800 meters.
China Southern 3917, good evening. China Eastern 281. Contact Nanchang Control on 133.825.
Contacting Nanchang Control on 133.825, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 6012, out of 10,700 meters for 11,900 meters.
Nanchang Control, China Eastern 281, good evening at 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Nanchang Control, identified. 1.
China Eastern 6012, good evening.
Control, China Southern 339, 9,800 meters for 8,400 meters.
China Southern 339, identified. Good evening. China Southern 5288, traffic 2 o'clock and 15 miles, opposite direction.
Tally on the traffic, China Southern 5288.
China Southern 339, continue descent to 7,800 meters.
Moving for 7,800 meters, China Southern 339.
China Eastern 9991, traffic 1 o'clock and 15 miles, crossing left to right.
No joy, China Eastern 9991.
China Southern 339, descend 6,900 meters.
Leaving 8,100 meters for 6,900 meters, China Southern 339.
China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai, control on 118.997.
Hey, Captain Viet, would you like anything to drink or a small snack?
Contacting Shanghai Control on Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai. Control. Identified. 1 Shanghai. Korean Air 472, descend to 8,400 meters, pilot's discretion.
Descending to 8,400 meters, Korean Air 472.
Air, Spring 7432, descend 7,500 meters.
Descending to 7,500 meters, airspring 7432.
Airspring 7432, descend to 6,900 meters.
Down to 6,900 meters, airspring 7432.
Korean Air 472, descend to 6,900 meters.
Descending 6,900 meters, Korean Air 472.
Nhat Control, China, Eastern 5362, descending 10,400 meters for 9,200 meters.
China, Eastern 5362, Roger. Airspring 7432, climb to 9,800 meters. Report level.
9,800 meters, airspring 7432.
Korean Air 472, cancel speed restrictions. Resume normal cruise.
Wilco, Korean Air 472.
Shenzhen Air 9520, continue descent to 7,800 meters.
Out of 9,200 meters for 7,800 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Shenzhen Air 9520. Descend to 6,900 meters. Expect lower.
Descending to 6,900 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
China Eastern 2918, flight smooth at 10,700 meters.
China Eastern 2918. Roger. We have other reports of smooth air above 10,700 meters. Airspeed 8931. Continue descent to 8,100 meters.
Down to 8,100 meters, airspeed 8931.
Night Air 8225 at 2,400 meters.
Night Air 8225 identified. China Eastern 2962. Maintain 270 knots.
270 on the speed, China Eastern 2962.
Shenzhen Air 9520. Climb to 10,100 meters. Report level.
Climbing 10,100 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Airspeed 8931. Continue descent to 7,500 meters.
Moving for 7,500 meters, airspring 8931.
Airspeed 8931. Say Mach number.
Max less than 78, airspring 8931.
Cathay 430 will be 10,400 meters, descending 9,200 meters.
Cathay 430, G-Land control, identified.
G-Land control, Cathay 430, smooth ride, good visibility.
Cathay 430, copy appreciated. Cathay 430, continue climb to 10,700 meters.
climb 10,700 meters, Cathay 430.
Cathay 430, climb 11,900 meters.
Climb 11,900 meters, Cathay 430.
Airspeed 7280, traffic 1 o'clock and 12 miles, same direction.
Negative contact, we have TCAS, Airspring 7288. Control, Airspring 7288, 9,800 meters.
Airspring 7288, identified. Good evening. Airspring 7280, descend to 7,500 meters. Pilot's discretion.
Moving for 7,500 meters, Airspring 7288.
China Southern 8617, same Mach number.
Mach decimal 80 on the speed, China Southern 8617.
Airspring 7288, descend to 6,600 meters.
Moving for 6,600 meters, Airspring 7288.
China Eastern 281. Contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
Contacting Nanchang Control on 124.15, China Eastern 281. Nanchang Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Nanchang Control, identified. Good evening.
Checking in at 10,100 meters.
South India 247 identified.
South India 247, just confirming you have us.
South India 247, reading you loud and clear. Korean Air 677, climb to 10,700 meters.
Out of 10,100 meters for 10,700 meters, Korean Air 677.
Air Macau 117, climb to 9,800 meters.
Climb 9,800 meters, Air Macau 117.
China, Southern, 8211, continue climb to 13,100 meters.
Climbing 13,100 meters, China Southern 8211.
Connect Control, Air Macau 117, how do you read us?
Air Macau 117, reading you loud and clear.
China Southern 3269 at 10,700 meters.
China Southern 3269, good evening.
Jeanette Control, Airspring 6720, checking in 10,700 meters.
Airspring 6720 identified.
Traffic.
Air China 1794, climb to 11,900 meters.
Up to 11,900 meters, Air China 1794.
China Southern 8211, resume normal cruise speed.
Roger, China Southern 8211.
China and Control, Shenzhen Air 8907 with you, climbing 9,800 meters for 9,800 meters.
Shenzhen Air 8907, identified. Good evening.
Traffic.
China Southern 8211, when ready, descend to 12,500 meters.
Leaving for 12,500 meters, China Southern 8211.
Shenzhen Air 9090, climb to 10,700 meters.
Up to 10,700 meters. Shenzhen Air 9090.
Shenzhen Air 8907, keep your speed up 270 or better.
270 knots, Shenzhen Air 8907.
Airspring 8931, climb to 9,800 meters.
Climb 9,800 meters, airspring 8931.
Shenzhen Air 9981, climb to 11,900 meters, report level.
Climbing 11,900 meters, Shenzhen Air 9981. Shenzhen Air 9981, just confirming you have us.
Shenzhen Air 9981, loud and clear. China, Southern 3801, climb 10,700 meters.
Up to 10,700 meters, China Southern 3801.
Air China 418, Jinan Control identified. Air China 418, cancel speed restrictions, resume normal cruise.
Resume normal speed, Air China 418.
Juniao 2291, when ready, descend to 9,800 meters.
Leaving for 9,800 meters. Juniao 2291.
G9 Control, Juniao 1870 checking in at 10,400 meters.
Juniao 1870, roger. Juniao 1870, maintain 290 or greater.
Speed 290, Juniao 1870.
Shenzhen Air 9090, when ready, descend 12,500 meters.
Leaving 13,100 meters for 12,500 meters. Shenzhen Air 9090.
Airspring 8931, continue climb to 9,200 meters.
8,400 meters for 9,200 meters. Airspring 8931.
China Southern 3801, just confirming you have us.
China Southern 3801, you're loud and clear. Climbing 7255, continue descent to 7,200 meters.
7,200 meters, minus 7255.
Macau 117. Contact landing control on 132.825.
Landing control 132.825. Good evening, Air Macau 117. 350 with you descending 10,400 meters for 9,200 meters.
350, identified. Good evening. China Southern 6547, identified. Shenzhen Air 632, contact landing control on 132.825, so long.
Landing control 132.825, good evening, Shenzhen Air 632.
Airspring 8931, continue climb to 9,800 meters, China Eastern 281. Contact Xiamen Control on 124.55.
Contacting Xiamen Control on 124.55, China Eastern 281.
Climb 9,800 meters, airspring 8931.
Xiamen Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Xiamen Control, identified, Wanshang.
Macau 226 checking in at 11,900 meters.
Air Macau 226. China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou Control on 133.475.
Contacting Guangzhou Control on 1... Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening. Maintaining 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, identified. Shanghai. China Southern 3507. Traffic 10 o'clock and 10 miles. Crossing right to left.
Looking China Southern 3507.
Landing control, Korean Air 677 checking in at 10,100 meters.
Korean Air 677 Roger. climb 11,900 meters.
Leaving 11,300 meters for 11,900 meters. Air China 1328.
Descend to 10,100 meters at your discretion.
Leaving for 10,100 meters, 339.
Manning Control, China Southern 5288, 11,300 meters.
China Southern 5288, identified. Good evening. China Southern 5299, keep your speed up, 270 or better.
Speed 270, China Southern 5299.
China Southern 3507, climb to 10,700 meters, report level.
Climb 10,700 meters. China Southern 3507.
Descending 9,200 meters, 339.
Descend 8,400 meters.
Descending to 8,400 meters, 339.
China Southern 3507. Contact Jinan Control on 133.475. Good evening.
Switching to 133.475, China Southern 3507. 291, 10,700 meters.
Juliao 2291, identified.
Manning Control, Shenzhen Air 9520, 10,100 meters.
Shenzhen Air 9520, identified.
Manning Control 339, com check.
339, rate you 555.
Vietnam 403 checking in, 10,700 meters.
Vietnam 403. Air Macau 117, continue descend to 7,500 meters.
Out of 8,900 meters for 7,500 meters, Air Macau 117.
Airspring 7260, traffic 1 o'clock, 10 miles, opposite direction, a CRJ at 11,900 meters.
Airspring 7260.
China Eastern 9991, descend to 7,800 meters, expect lower.
Descending to 7,800 meters, China Eastern 9991.
Landing control, Cathay 344 with you, 8,400 meters for 9,800 meters.
Cathay 344, identify. Cathay 344, traffic 12 o'clock and 8 miles, crossing right to left, a Boeing 737, 8,900 meters.
Tally on the traffic, Cathay 344.
Jin Air 91 with you at 10,700 meters.
Jin Air 91, identified. Jin Air 91, traffic 11 o'clock, 12 miles. A turboprop, opposite direction, at 11,300 meters.
Looking, Jin Air 91.
China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
Contacting Guangzhou Control on 118.905, China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Guangzhou, control, identified. Good evening.
Guangzhou Control, good evening. China Southern 3472, 300 meters.
China Southern 3472, Guangzhou control, identified. Proceed on course. Airspring 8931. Continue climb to 11,900 meters.
Climbing 11,900 meters, airspeed 8931. Guangzhou Control, Air Macau 117, 3,000 meters.
Air Macau 117, Guangzhou Control, identified, continue. Shenzhen Air 9520, descend to 6,000 meters, expect lower.
Leaving 9,800 meters for 6,000 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Guangzhou Control, good evening, China Southern 3038, 300 meters.
China Southern 3038, Guangzhou Control, identified, good evening. Cathay 344, climb 9,800 meters.
Moving 9,200 meters for 9,800 meters, Cathay 344.
Chang'an 6002, okay, turbulent conditions.
Completely smooth at 5,100 meters, Chang'an 6002.
Nanny Control, Hainan 7814 with you, 5,700 meters for 6,000 meters.
Hainan 7814, roger.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 9er 3,000 meters.
China Eastern, 901, Guangzhou Control, identified, good evening.
Guangzhou Control, good evening. Xiamen Air 8349 or 300 meters.
Xiamen Air 83499, Guangzhou Control, identified.
Nanning Control 239, climbing 5,400 meters for 6,000 meters.
239, roger.
Hey, Captain Viet, would you like anything to drink or a small snack while we're cruising?
Slow to Mach decimal 84.
Mach decimal 84 on the speed, 232. Nanning Control, 232, 7,200 meters, climbing 7,200 meters.
232, good evening. Cathay 344, climb to 10,700 meters.
Climbing 10,700 meters, Cathay 344.
Hainan 7814, climb 7,200 meters.
7,200 meters, Hainan 7814.
Shenzhen Air 9520, descend to 3,300 meters. Expect lower.
Down to 3,300 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Guangzhou Control, good evening. Starwalker 205, 1,500 meters.
Starwalker 205, Guangzhou Control, identified. Good evening.
916 out of 8,100 meters, 6,900 meters.
Cathay 916, good evening. Cathay 916, traffic 1 o'clock, 15 miles, crossing right to left, a Boeing 737 at 8,100 meters.
Negative contact, Cathay 916.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 6611, 1,200 meters.
China Eastern 6611, Guangzhou Control, identified, continue. Seven Air 8783, contact Hong Kong Radar Center on 125.175.
Over to Hong Kong Radar Center on 125.175, Xiamen Air 8783.
Guangzhou Control, good evening. China Southern 374, 300 meters.
China Southern 374, Guangzhou Control, identified, good evening.
Guangzhou Control, Starwalker 205, 1000.
Starwalker 205, Guangzhou Control, identified. Climb to 8,400 meters.
Climbing to 8,400 meters, 232.
Guangzhou Control, good evening. China Eastern 6611, 300 meters.
China Eastern 66111, Guangzhou Control, identified, good evening. Cathay 916, continue descent to 6,000 meters.
Moving for 6,000 meters, Cathay 916.
Shenzhen Air 8034, climbing 6,300 meters.
Shenzhen Air 8034, Roger.
Nanning Control, Shenzhen Air 8034, radio check.
Shenzhen Air 8034, loud and clear. Shenzhen Air 8034, climb to flight level 240, report level.
Leaving flight level 220 for flight level 240, Shenzhen Air 8034.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 90520, 3,300 meters.
Shenzhen Air 90520, Guangzhou Control, identified. Red Cat 122, traffic 10 o'clock, 20 miles, a Boeing 737, crossing right to left at flight level 240.
Looking Red Cap 122.
Guangzhou
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 6050, 3000 meters.
China Southern 6050, Guangzhou Control, identified. Proceed on course. Cathay 916, climb to 7,200 meters.
Climbing 7,200 meters, Cathay 916.
Vietnam 403, contact Hong Kong Radar Center on 118.90, 25, so long.
Over to Hong Kong Radar Center on 118.9025, Vietnam 403.
Cathay 362, resume normal cruise speed.
Resume normal speed, Cathay 362. Cathay 262 out of 5,700 meters for 6,000 meters.
Cathay 362, roger.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 8470, 300 meters.
China Southern 8470, Guangzhou Control, identified. Shenzhen Air 8034, continue, climb to 8,400 meters.
Up to 8,400 meters, Shenzhen Air 8034.
Manning Control, Red Cap 122, 5,100 meters for 3,600 meters.
Red Cap 122, Manning Control, identified. Cathay 262, contact Hong Kong Radar Center on 125.175, so long.
125.175, good evening, Cathay 362.
Xiamen Air A670, maintain 1017.
Maintaining Mach decimal 78, Xiamen Air 8378.
Cathay 916, climb to 8,400 meters.
Moving 8,100 meters for 8,400 meters, Cathay 916. Standing control, Simon Air 70, 10,400 meters.
Xiamen Air A670, identified.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 2812, 300 meters.
Air China 2812, Guangzhou Control, identified. Good evening. China Eastern 6272, Guangzhou Control, identified. Turkish 6201, Guangzhou Control, identified. Continue. Greater Bay 270, Guangzhou Control, identified. Qantas 128, contact Hong Kong Radar on 125.175.
125.175, Qantas 128, thanks.
China Eastern 281. Contact landing control on 190.325.
Contacting landing control on 11... Landing control, China Eastern 281. Good evening. With you, flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, landing control, good evening. when ready to descend and maintain 13,000.
13,000, 701.
Landing control, Red Cap 122, 3,300 meters.
Red Cap 122, landing control identified. Good evening. Juniyao 2291, climb and maintain flight level 400, report level.
Climbing to flight level 400, Juniyao 2291.
Contact Hong Kong Radar Center on 125.175.
Over to Hong Kong Radar Center on 125.175, 701.
China Southern 5032, traffic 12 o'clock, 8 miles, crossing left to right, an Airbus 320 at flight level 240.
Roger, China Southern 5032.
Landing control, good evening. China Southern 3082, 3,300 meters. China Southern 3082, landing control identified. Proceed on course. China Eastern 281, contact Hong Kong radar on 118.925.
Contacting Hong Kong radar on 118.925, China Eastern 281. Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 281. Good evening at 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Hong Kong radar, identified. Good evening. Descent, 6,900 meters. Pilot's discretion.
Leaving for 6,900 meters, 747.
China Eastern 281, contact landing control on 133.995.
Contacting landing control on 133.905, China Eastern 281. Landing control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, landing control, identified. Good evening. Julian 2291, descent. flight level 310.
Leaving flight level 350 for flight level 310, Junior altitude 291.
Cathay 706, please at flight level 360.
Cathay 706, copy, we'll get you higher short. Cathay 706, contact Nhat control on 124.45.
Taking to 124.45, Cathay 706.
Hainan 7069, climb to 9,800 meters, report level.
Leaving 9,200 meters for 9,800 meters, Hainan 7069.
Jin Air 91, contact Hong Kong, radar center on 118.925, so long.
Over to Hong Kong Radar Center on 118.925, Jin Air 91.
Hainan 7069, reduce speed to 290.
Speed 290, Hainan 7069.
Hainan 7069, descend to 8,100 meters at your discretion.
Descending to 8,100 meters, Hainan 7069.
Hainan 7118, descend to 8,100 meters, expect lower.
leaving 9,200 meters for 8,100 meters, Hainan 7118.
Jin Air 91 with you, 10,700 meters.
Jin Air 91, identified. Good evening. Jin Air 2291, descend 6,600 meters.
Descending 6,600 meters, Junie L 2291.
Hainan 7069, continue climb to 9,800 meters.
Climbing to 9,800 meters, Hainan 7069. Cayman Air 8783, with you out of 7,800 meters for 6,900 meters.
Shanghai Air 8783, identified. Good evening. Junie L 2291, descend to 6,000 meters.
Descending 6,000 meters, Junie L 2291.
Hainan 7113, descend 7,200 meters.
Descending 7,200 meters, Hainan 7118.
Shenzhen Air 9729, continue descent to 7,800 meters.
7,800 meters, Shenzhen Air 9729.
Xiamen Air 8783, descend 5,400 meters.
Descending to 5,400 meters, Xiamen Air 8783.
Junie L 2291, continue descent to 5,100 meters.
Descending 5,100 meters, Junie L 2291.
Hainan 7118, descend 6,600 meters.
Leaving 7,500 meters for 6,600 meters, Hainan 7118.
Shenzhen Air 9729, contact China Control on 120.5. Good evening.
China Control 120.5, good evening, Shenzhen Air 9729. Red Naga 116, 10,400 meters.
Red Naga 116, China Eastern 281, contact Sanya Control on 120.5.
Contacting Sanya Control on 120.5, China Eastern 281. Sanya Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Sanya Control identified, 1 Shanghai.
Sanya Control, good evening. Shenzhen Air 8186, 3,000 meters.
Shenzhen Air 8186, Sanya Control identified.
Sanya Control, good evening. China Southern 8257, 300 meters.
China Southern 8257, Sanya Control identified. Continue. Royal Aruban 612, contact landing control on 124.575 so long.
Switching to 124.575 Royal Aruban 612.
China Southern 8257, contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
118.905, China Southern 8257, thanks.
Shenzhen Air 8186, contact Guangzhou Control on 128.3.
128.3 for Shenzhen Air 8186.
Xiamen Air 8783, continue descent to 3,300 meters. Junyao Air 22901, Sanya Control identified. Shenzhen Air 8186, Sanya Control identified. Air 91 identified. China Southern 8257, contact Guangzhou Control on 128.3.
128.3, China Southern 8257.
Sanya Control, Xiamen Air 8783, flight level 150.
Xiamen Air 8783, Sanya Control identified.
Sanya Control, China Southern 8257, 4,800 meters.
China Southern 8257, Sanya Control identified. Proceed on course. Air China 8574, Sanya Control identified.
Ten 10,700 meters, Dynasty 836.
.905 for Air China 8574.
Sanya Control, Air China 8574, 3,000 meters.
Air China 8574, Sanya Control, identified, good evening.
.3 for Air China 8574.
Sanya Control, Hainan 7085, 300 meters.
Hainan 7085, Sanya Control, identified.
Sanya Control, good evening, Air China 8574, 4,800 meters.
Air China 8574, Sanya Control, identified, good evening.
meters, Shenzhen Air 9729.
Hainan 7118, Sanya Control, identified, good evening. Hainan 7085, contact Guangzhou Control on 128.3.
128.3 for Hainan 7085.
Dynasty 836, descend to 8,400 meters, expect lower.
Leaving for 8,400 meters, Dynasty 836.
Sanya Control, Juneyao Air 2291, 600 meters.
Juneyao Air 22901, Sanya Control, identified. Dynasty 836, descend to 7,500 meters.
Leaving 8,900 meters for 7,500 meters, Dynasty 836.
Hainan 7085, Sanya Control, identified, good evening.
Sanya Control, Dynasty 836, how do you read us?
Dynasty 836, 5 by 5. Dynasty 836, descend to 6,600 meters.
Leaving for 6,600 meters, Dynasty 836.
Sanya Control, Hainan 7118, 6,000.
Hainan 7118, Sanya Control, identified. Shenzhen Air 9729, continue climb to 10,100 meters.
Climb 10,100 meters, Shenzhen Air 9729.
Sanya Control, Hainan 7653, 300 meters.
Hainan 7653, Sanya Control, identified. Proceed on course.
Down to 7,500 meters, Shenzhen Air 9729.
Decimal 9 or 5, Hainan 7653.
Sanya Control, Hainan 7118, 900 meters.
Hainan 7118, Sanya Control, identified, continue.
7653, 3,000 meters.
Hainan 7653, Sanya Control identified.
Cathay 708, 11,000 meters, climbing 11,900 meters.
Cathay 708.
Sanya Control, Shanghai Air 8783, 900 meters.
Shanghai Air 8783, Sanya Control identified. Good evening. Shenzhen Air 9729, descend 6,000 meters.
Out of 7,200 meters for 6,000 meters, Shenzhen Air 9729.
Hainan 7653, contact Guangzhou Control on 128.3.
128.3 for Hainan 7653. Sanya Control, good evening, Hainan 7653, 4,500 meters.
Hainan 7653, Sanya Control identified. Good evening. Shenzhen Air 9729, descend to 4,500 meters.
Out of 5,700 meters to 4,500 meters, Shenzhen Air 9729.
Cathay 708. Traffic 11 o'clock, 10 miles, same direction. A heavy Boeing 777 at 10,700 meters.
Cathay 708.
Sanya Control, Emirates 334, 11,300 meters.
Emirates 334 identified. Hainan 7301, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1.
Sanya Control 746 checking in at 9,800 meters.
On to 120.1, Hainan 7301, good day.
(746) identified.
Emirates 334, just confirming you have us.
Emirates 334, reading you clear. 746, descend to 7,200 meters, expect lower.
Leaving 8,400 meters for 7,200 meters, 746.
Shanghai Control, Qatari 928, 9,800 meters.
Qatari 928 identified.
Sanya Control, Hainan 7301, 3,600 meters.
Hainan 7301, Sanya Control identified. Continue.
Sanya Control, Qatari 928, how do you read us?
Qatari 928, loud and clear. Hainan 7301, contact. Bangkok Control on 126.5.
126.5 via Hainan 7301.
Sanya Control 948, flight level 320.
948, roger. Jet 557 control identified. Good evening.
746, ride smooth at flight level 260.
746, roger. Thanks for the report. Capital Jet 5578, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1.
On to 120.1, Captain Jet 5578, good day.
Shenzhen Air 9729er, Sanya Control identified. Good evening.
Hey, Captain Viet, would you like anything to drink or a small snack while we're cruising?
Shenzhen Air Nino 729er, Sanya Control identified. Good evening. Maintain 1.78.
1.78 on speed 948.
Sanya Control, good evening, Captain Jet 5578, 3000.
Control, Air China 890 at 11,300 meters.
Air China 890, identified. Good evening. Air China 890, traffic 10 o'clock, 10 miles, crossing right to left. Traffic at 11,900 meters.
Enjoy Air China 890.
China Eastern 281. Contact Ha Noise Center on 125.9.
Contacting Ha Noise Center on 125.9. China Eastern 281. Hanoi Center, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Hanoi Center, identified. Good evening.
840, contact Sanya Control on 120.5.
120.5, good evening, Dynasty 840.
Hanoi Center, flight Asia 231, checking in flight level 330.
Thai Asia 231, identified. Good evening. China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05. Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05, China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Chow Tech Man. 188, 8,000. Vietnam Airlines 188, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified, continue.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Vietnam 1562, flight level 370 to flight level 400. Vietnam 1562, good evening.
Jin Air 91, climb flight level 360.
Climbing to flight level 360, Jin Air 91.
Jin Air 91, continue climb to flight level 400.
Flight level 400, Jin Air 91.
Ho Chi Minh Control, 520, climbing 18,000 for flight level 200.
520, identified.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Vietnam 188 with you, 17,000, climbing flight level 200.
Vietnam 188, Roger. Vietnam 188, slow to Mach decimal 84.
Mach decimal 84, Vietnam 188.
Jin Air 91, descend to flight level 380 at your discretion.
Moving for flight level 380, Jin Air 91.
Vietnam 188, climb flight level 240.
Up to flight level 240, Vietnam 188.
Continue climb for flight level 280.
Climbing flight level 280, 520. At flight level 340.
120, roger.
All team in control, Xanadu 330 with you. Flight level 340 for flight level 360.
Xanadu 330, roger. Traffic 1 o'clock and 15 miles, same direction.
Looking for the traffic 120.
Vietnam 188, climb flight level 280.
Flight level 280, Vietnam 188.
Climb to flight level 320, report level.
Climb flight level 320, 520.
Vietnam 1562, descend flight level 200.
Moving for flight level 300, Vietnam 1562. Vietnam 188, climb for flight level 320, report level 99.
Climb flight level 320, Vietnam 188.
Climb for flight level 360.
Flight level 360, 560.
120, climb to flight level 360. Climb flight level 360, 120.
Flight level 400.
Climbing to flight level 400, 120. Descend to flight level 410. Pilot's discretion. Descending flight level 410, 120.
597, flight level 320.
597 identified.
China Eastern 281. Contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7, China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good evening.
Runway 25 right. Departing runway 25 left. Wind 250 at 9er. Cab OK. Temperature 29er, 2.25. QNH 1009er. Transition level 200. Advise on initial contact, you have information November. Tan Son Nhat International Airport, information November. 1300 Zulu. Arriving runway 25 right. Departing runway 25 left. Wind 250 at 9er. Cab OK. Temperature 29er, 2.25. QNH 1009er. Transition level 200. Advise on initial contact, you have information November. Tan Son Nhat International Airport, information November. 1.
Vietnam 403, keep your speed up, 300 or better. Slowing to 300, Vietnam 403. Vietnam 403, descend to flight level 210 at your discretion. Leaving flight level 350 to flight level 310, Vietnam 403. Vietnam 403, descend flight level 260. Out of flight level 330 for flight level 260, Vietnam 403.
With you at flight level 340.
386, Ho Chi Minh Control identified.
403, continue descent to flight level 210.
Down to flight level 210, Vietnam 403.
Clocking 20 miles, crossing left to right, a heavy Boeing 777, flight level 360. China Eastern 281. Descend via building 6 Echo to 5,000 into 10 on Nhat, QNH 1009er.
Descend via Dovan 6 Echo to 5000 into Tan Son Nhat, QNH 1009er, China Eastern 281.
Traffic in sight 386.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now making our descent for landing. Please return to your seat, ensure that your seatbelt is fastened, your seat back is upright, your tray table is secured, and your window shade is opened. May we remind you that for safety reasons, your mobile phones, receiver or transmitter devices, and portable electronic equipment must be switched off or switched to flight mode until disembarkation. Portable electronic devices not in use must be stowed in the overhead lockers or in the seat pockets in front of you during landing and taxi. Passengers are also requested to refrain from using the lavatories from now on. Thank you.
Vietnam 403, continue descent to 13,000.
Vietnam 403.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Malaysian 78 checking in out of flight level 360 for flight level 400.
Malaysian 78 identified. Good evening. China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1, China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, descending flight level 230 for 5,000.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good evening. Cambodia Air 829er, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Proceed on course. China Eastern 281, contact Tan Son Nhat approach on 126.35.
Contacting Tan Son Nhat approach on 126.35, China Eastern 281.
Cambodia Air 829er, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5. 120.5.
Tan Son Nhat approach, China Eastern 281. Good evening, 18,000 for 5,000.
China Eastern 281, Tan Son Nhat approach identified. Good evening, Tan Son Nhat QNH 1009er. Cleared bomb suit transition. Expect the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach into Tan Son Nhat. Let me know you've got information. November, cheers.
QNH 1009er, cleared bomb suit transition. Expect ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach. China Eastern 281.
FedEx 6067, 1000.
FedEx 6067, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Departure Sunlux 988, 2000 for 4000.
Sunlux 988, Ho Chi Minh Control, radar contact, climb and maintain 9,000.
Climb 9,000, Sunlux 988. Ho Chi Minh Control, good evening, Sunlux 988, 3000. Sunlux 988, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified.
Sunlux 988, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5. 124.5, Kia, Sunlux 988. Departure VJet 160, 2000 for 4000.
VJet 160, Ho Chi Minh Control, radar contact, climb and maintain 1000. 1000, VJet 160.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Sunlux 988, 4000.
Sunlux 988, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified, continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning our final approach into Ho Chi Minh City. Please turn off your electronic devices and stow them until we arrive at the gate. Kindly put your tray tables away and ensure your seats are in their full upright position with your seat belts fastened. The weather at Tan Son Nhat International Airport is currently 29 degrees Celsius with clear skies. Our assigned gate is Domestic Terminal Gate 20. Thank you for flying with China Eastern Airlines, and we hope you enjoy your stay in Ho Chi Minh City.
Digit 160, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5. 124.5, VJet 160, thanks. on 124.5.
Down to 124.5, stand left 988, good day.
China Eastern 281, descend altitude 2,000 feet. Cleared for the ILS Whiskey runway, 25 right approach via Bomsu.
Descend altitude 2,000 feet. Cleared for the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach via Bomsu, China Eastern 281.
281. Contact Tan Son Nhat Tower on 118.7.
Contacting Tan Son in that tower on 118.7, China Eastern 281.
2500.
Tan Son Nhat Tower, China Eastern 281. Good evening. On the ILS runway 25 right approach.
China Eastern 281, Tan Son Nhat Tower, runway 25 right, winds 240 at 10, cleared to land.
Runway 25 right, cleared to land, China Eastern 281.
VVTS 646, contact departure, safe travels.
Departure, VVTS 646, see ya.
Check.
Approaching runway 25 right.
$500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 50, 30, 20, 10.
Well done. Smooth landing.
Speed breakup reverses normal.
China Eastern 281, exit at Papa if able. Contact ground on 121.6.
Exit at Papa if able. Switching to ground on 121.6, China Eastern 281.
Tại chỗ sẽ an toàn được cài chặt cho khi cơ trưởng tắt tín hiệu đèn cài dây an toàn và máy bay đã dừng hẳn tại sân đỗ. Đề nghị quý khách không sử dụng điện thoại và các thiết bị điện tử vào lúc này. Cơ trưởng, tiếp viên trưởng và phi hành đoàn chân thành cảm ơn quý khách đã bay
Hanson Nhat ground, China Eastern 281. Good evening, cleared of runway, ready to taxi to the gate.
China Eastern 281, this runway taxi to domestic terminal gate 20 via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right. At this moment.
Taxi to domestic terminal gate 20 via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, China Eastern 281.
Thank you and goodbye.
Ground FedEx 6067, taxi to parking.
FedEx 6067, taxi to parking via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, FedEx 6067.
China Eastern 281, cross runway 07 right, then continue taxi via Sierra 8, Victor, Yankee 1.
Crossing 07 right, then Sierra 8, Victor Yankee 1, China Eastern 281.
Right. Approaching runway 7, right.
FedEx 6067, cross runway 25 left.
Cross runway 25 left, FedEx 6067.
Bamboo 286, ready to taxi.
Bamboo 286, runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor, Sierra 1.
Runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor, Sierra 1, Bamboo 286.
268, pushback approved.
Pushback approved. Bamboo 268.
Vietnam Airlines 148, request push and start. Vietnam Airlines 148, pushback approved. Pushback approved. Vietnam Airlines 148. Bamboo 286, give way to the company A320 on your left. Giving way to the company A320, Bamboo 286.
Air India 2389er, request push and start.
Air India 2389er, pushback approved.
Pushback approved. Air India 2389er.
Bamboo 268, ready to taxi. Bamboo 268, runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor Sierra, Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor Sierra, Sierra 1, Bamboo 268.
Vietnam Airlines 148, ready to taxi.
Vietnam Airlines 148, runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor Sierra, Sierra 1.
Runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor Sierra, Sierra 1, Vietnam Airlines 148.
Vietnam Airlines 148, give way to the Bamboo A320.
Giving way to the Bamboo A320, Vietnam Airlines 148.